Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I got the deal through one of those last-minute booking apps. You know the kind, vague listings, blurry photos, business king room, in a chain hotel that had probably changed ownership 6 times in the last decade. I wasn't picky. I had a conference in Manchester and didn't want to shell out full price for one night. It was just me, one bag, and a PowerPoint I was dreading presenting the next morning. The lobby was clean enough, slightly too warm, that smell of overused carpet shampoo thick in the air. A man at the front desk handed me a key card with one hand while scrolling his phone with the other. He told me the lift was down but that it was only one flight. I nodded and took the stairs, dragging my suitcase behind me with a rattle. Room 212. The hallway was dim and silent. One of the overhead bulbs flickered when I passed beneath it. I didn't think much of it. These kinds of places always felt a bit in between, not quite empty, but not alive either. The room itself was fine. That's the word I kept using, fine. One double bed with a maroon throw across the foot, small desk with a broken lampshade, TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom was clean but tired, grout lines yellowed with age. There was a single high window that faced a brick wall, about 2 feet from the glass. No view, no natural light. I set my things down, changed into a hoodie and joggers, and lay on the bed with the television on low. Just background noise. I was too wired to sleep, too bored to do anything else. Ended up scrolling through my phone for most of the evening, killing time until it made sense to try and sleep. I turned everything off around midnight. The room was silent, not peaceful, just off, like it wasn't used to someone being inside. The mattress was too soft, the air felt dry, and the sheets smelled faintly of lavender and something else I couldn't place. Something flat and stale, like dust that had settled too deep into the fabric to wash out. I fell asleep sometime around 1. I woke up to breathing. At first I thought it was mine, that half-asleep confusion where you hear your own body like it's someone else's, but it wasn't mine. The rhythm was wrong, slower, deeper. A dry rasp at the end of each exhale. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but not completely. The curtain was cracked slightly at the top, letting in a sliver of light from the brick wall lamp outside. I could see the shapes of furniture, the foot of the bed, my open suitcase against the far wall. The sound was still going. Not from the hallway. Not through the door. It was behind me. The headboard was mounted to the wall, a simple wooden panel bolted above the mattress. The breathing came from directly behind it, close enough to feel like it was in the same room. Close enough to feel like if I put my hand flat against the wall, I'd feel warmth pulsing through it. I didn't move for a long time. Just lay there, frozen, listening. The breaths were steady, not labored, not panicked. Just steady, in and out, in and out. I told myself it had to be a pipe, or maybe someone in the next room. Thin walls. These places are full of noise, but I didn't hear anything else. No creaking, no plumbing, no voices. Just that breathing, perfectly timed like a metronome. I sat up slowly, switched on the lamp, The sound stopped. Not faded, not muffled. Stopped. I waited a minute. Then two. Then got out of bed and knelt on the mattress, facing the headboard. I leaned in close, pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing, but something felt off about the panel itself. I ran my fingers along the edges. The headboard wasn't flush with the wall. There was a small gap near the bottom, just enough space to slide a finger behind it. I pulled gently. It didn't move much, but I could feel that it was hollow behind. Not plaster, not brick. Air. Space. And something else. A draft, cool and faint, brushing against my fingertips. I grabbed the edge of the mattress and shifted it a few inches forward, just enough to expose the wall behind. That's when I saw the vent. It was small, square, and painted the same color as the wall, off-white with a few scuff marks. Easy to miss unless you were looking for it. The cover was metal, screwed in at each corner. But in the center, behind the slats, there was something round. Glossy. It caught the light. I leaned closer, and that's when I saw the lens. A camera. Small, no bigger than a fingertip. The kind used in phone screens or peepholes. Pointed directly at the bed. I backed away fast. My whole body felt electric. Not panicked, not yet, just lit up with adrenaline. I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the vent like it might blink. The breathing hadn't returned. But I didn't feel alone. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything inside without folding or sorting, and left the room with the lights still on. I didn't look back, didn't double-check the drawers. I just walked out and took the stairs down, my heart pounding like I'd left the oven on. At the desk, a different man was working. Young, polite, too polite. I told him I wanted to check out early. He gave me a rehearsed smile and asked if everything had been all right. I told him there was a vent behind the bed with something in it. His face changed. Not confused, not concerned. Just blank. Then he said, "That room hasn't been booked in months." I didn't ask any more questions. I left, and I haven't booked a last-minute room since. I didn't go home right away. I drove for a while, past the city limits, past a few roundabouts I didn't recognize, until I found a petrol station with a lit-up car park and an open cafe. I ordered a tea I didn't drink and sat in the back corner with my laptop open, staring at the login screen for longer than I care to admit. I couldn't stop thinking about the sound. That low, wet rhythm of air. The way it had stopped the second I turned on the lamp, like someone holding their breath and waiting. It didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt reactive. It felt like whatever was back there knew I was awake. I wasn't ready to drive home, not yet. I didn't want to get back to my flat and lie awake in silence, wondering if I'd brought something back with me. I know how that sounds. Like superstition or guilt or some mix of both. But when you walk out of a room and someone tells you it should have been empty for months, it changes the rules in your head. I kept seeing the lens. Not the breathing, not the sound, just the eye of it. That tiny glossy circle catching the light like it wanted me to notice, like it had been waiting. Once the tea had gone cold, I opened my browser and searched the hotel by name. First few results were standard booking sites, mixed reviews, some travel blogs. The sort of things that might say the towels were thin or the breakfast was overpriced, but no mention of anything unusual, no mentions of vents or cameras or strange noise complaints. Nothing that matched what I had experienced. I dug deeper. I started looking through archived news articles, narrowing the search by location and year. I skimmed crime reports, landlord disputes, old fire inspections, and then I found it. It was a single paragraph buried in an article from 8 years ago. The piece was about a missing woman from Salford. Her name was Anna Reeves, 28 years old. Last seen leaving a restaurant in the city center. There was a grainy CCTV image of her crossing the street just before midnight, alone, holding her coat closed against the wind. The article wasn't about the hotel, not directly. But near the end it said her phone had last pinged near the Manchester Hotel District, and then in a single throwaway line, it mentioned that she had booked a room at a chain location on Piccadilly, the one I had just left. Room 212. It was written clearly, not a suggestion, a fact. She had booked that room. But there was no follow-up. No note of whether she had checked in. No mention of whether staff had seen her. It was like the room swallowed the story along with her. I copied the article and saved a PDF, not because I planned to share it, just because I needed to know I wasn't going to wake up and find it gone. The next step wasn't logical, it wasn't safe, but it felt necessary. I drove back, not to the hotel itself, just to the street behind it. I parked 2 blocks away and walked through the back alleys until I found the staff door. No cameras that I could see. A small rusted bin enclosure with cigarette butts piled around the corner. A few crates stacked by the back entrance. I stood there for a minute before turning back. I wasn't going to break in. I wasn't that far gone, but I needed to feel how close I could get before something told me to leave. And that feeling came fast. I didn't hear breathing this time. I didn't see a camera. But I did hear a knock. Not from the building. From my car. I turned around slowly and saw a man standing beside the driver's door. Late 40s. Hoodie zipped halfway up. He didn't wave, didn't shout. Just tapped his knuckles against the window once more, like it was his car, and I had parked in the wrong place. I walked back, trying not to look nervous. He turned and walked off without saying a word. No confrontation, no threat. Just gone around the corner and out of sight. I checked the door. No marks, nothing missing. But I locked it anyway and drove home with every mirror angled so I could see behind me. Back at my flat, I finally let myself collapse. I closed the curtains, turned on every light. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lie down. I sat on the sofa with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders and played an old movie at low volume just to keep the silence away. The next morning, I called the hotel. I gave a fake name and asked to speak to someone about a lost item. I said I had stayed in room 212. The voice on the phone hesitated, said 212 was not currently available. I asked why. They said the room was out of service for maintenance. I asked what kind of maintenance. They hung up. Not disconnected, not static. Just a click, a line gone dead. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't received any calls, no follow-up, no apology, nothing. I told myself I should let it go. People vanish every day. Hotel managers lie. Maybe the lens was a leftover from some weird security setup. Maybe the breathing came from next door or from the vent itself. Maybe my brain filled in the rest because it needed a story. But last night, I got an email. No subject, no sender listed, just a single line of text in the body. It said, "Room 212 is not empty." That's all. I didn't reply. I deleted the email. But I didn't forget it, because neither did whoever sent it. I told myself I was done. After the email, I shut my laptop and swore I wouldn't open it again for anything that wasn't work-related. I made tea. I watched a sitcom I didn't really follow. I told myself that whatever room 212 was or wasn't, it didn't matter now. I had left it behind. But the truth was, the moment I read that line, "Room 212 is not empty," something changed. Not in the way I felt about the room, in the way I felt about myself. I realized I had become part of it. That email wasn't marketing spam or some troll on a forum. That was personal, directed. It meant someone had seen me, watched me leave, and remembered. By morning, I had the familiar hollow feeling of unfinished business. I tried to ignore it, but it came back like a bruise you forgot was there. So I started digging again. This time I searched for guest reviews, not official listings, but the weird corners of the internet, independent hotel review blogs, forgotten forums, pages people don't know how to delete. I filtered every mention of that hotel name with the word breathing. There weren't many hits, but there was one. A post from 4 years ago, archived and anonymous. It had no title, just a timestamp and a short story. A man described checking into the hotel late at night after missing a train. The staff gave him a key to a room on the second floor, near the end of the corridor. He didn't remember the number, but he remembered waking up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone breathing heavily behind the headboard. He said he lay there, frozen, for almost 10 minutes before getting up to splash water on his face. When he came back from the bathroom, the sound had stopped. He checked out early. No refund. He ended the post with one sentence that stuck with me. It felt like the room was trying to breathe through me. That line stayed with me all day. I couldn't stop picturing that little square vent, the camera lens behind it, the hollow behind the headboard. I kept coming back to that moment when I leaned in close and felt the draft. It hadn't been strong. Just enough to register, but vents don't work like that. Air conditioning makes noise, heat makes noise. That space was silent. The air moved, but nothing powered it. It was like the room itself was exhaling. That night I called a friend who used to do maintenance work in older buildings. I asked him a hypothetical question. What would be behind a sealed headboard in a hotel like that? He said probably nothing. Most hotel walls back onto identical rooms, a solid partition. No reason to leave a void unless it was structural. I asked if anyone could access it. He said not unless it was built that way on purpose. The way he said on purpose didn't sit right. I stayed up late that night reading about hidden camera laws, about how some hotels have been caught installing devices for surveillance, sometimes for reasons no one ever fully explains. Most stories had lawsuits. Police statements, settlements. But not that hotel. Not room 212. No complaints filed, no warnings online, nothing to market. I searched police records next. Tried to find any follow-up on the missing woman, Anna Reeves. No arrests, no theories, just one more article, older than the first, from the week after she vanished. It mentioned that a cleaning staff member had come forward saying they thought they saw her in the hallway near the vending machine. 3 a.m. Same floor. No CCTV footage available. The staff member said she looked lost or confused. She was wearing a hotel robe and no shoes. They had not reported it at the time because they thought she was just a tired guest. That detail made something turn over in my stomach, because when I checked in, there had been no vending machine on that floor. Just the corridor, just the rooms, just a single flickering light overhead. The machine had been removed. No one had replaced it. But if she had really been there, if she had really wandered out at that hour, confused and barefoot, then the timeline didn't match the story in the article about her phone pinging the area and then going dark, because it hadn't gone dark. She had. That thought chilled me more than the email. The silence, the disappearance, the implication that people had seen her and chosen not to remember, or had been told not to. I wrote down everything. I opened a new file and typed out the timeline as best I could. Arrival. Room number. Breathing. The vent. The lens. The staff's reaction. The article. The post. The email. It felt like stitching together something that was never supposed to be a full picture. But I kept going. I searched for other names linked to the hotel, and eventually I found another one. Robert Hale. He had been listed as missing for 2 weeks in late autumn 5 years ago. The last place he was seen. A hotel bar on the edge of Manchester's city centre. The same street. A different room, but on the same floor. Second level. And when the police followed up with the hotel, they were told there was no record of him ever checking in. I looked for his photo. Nothing remarkable. Just a man in his 30s, button-up shirt, kind eyes. Gone without explanation. And now his name, like Anna's, had been reduced to a paragraph online and a cold note in a database somewhere. That's when it hit me. The room might not be haunted. It might not be cursed. It might just be designed that way. Somewhere along the line, someone turned room 212 into something else. Not a place to stay. A place to take. I didn't tell anyone I was going back. Not because I was afraid they would stop me, more because I wasn't sure what I would even say. Hey, I think I stayed in a hotel room that watches people and possibly swallows them whole doesn't come across well, even with friends who know you're not prone to panic. I kept everything to myself, packed a small bag, and took the train into Manchester like I was just running errands. I didn't bring a laptop, no recording gear. Just a notebook, a pen, and an old disposable camera I had lying around from a birthday 3 years ago. I didn't want to rely on anything digital, not this time. I walked into the lobby around 3 in the afternoon. Same beige walls, same soft music that sounded like it was playing underwater, A new guy at the desk, young, neat, buttoned up like he was still trying to impress someone. I asked for a room. "One night," I said. "No special requests." He tapped a few keys and gave me a small smile. "We have one available on the second floor, room 212. My stomach tightened. I nodded, tried to keep my face still. He slid the key card across the desk and told me the lift was working again. I thanked him and didn't use it. I took the stairs 2 at a time, gripping the bag too tightly in my hand. The hallway hadn't changed. Same light flickering halfway down. Same odd quiet, like everything had been turned down a notch. I walked slowly to the door, listening. Not for breathing. Not yet. Just for anything that would tell me I wasn't alone. Room 212. The numbers on the door were slightly crooked, like they'd been removed and put back on by someone who didn't care. I slid the key card. The lock clicked. The room was the same. Exactly the same. Maroon bed throw. Desk lamp with a cracked shade. Same faint smell of something too clean layered over something much older. I didn't move right away. Just stood there in the doorway, trying to figure out if it felt different. It didn't. It felt like it was waiting. I set my bag on the chair and pulled the mattress away from the headboard just like before. There it was, the vent, same off-white paint, same scratches around the corners where it had been installed. I pulled out the disposable camera and took a photo. Then I knelt, flashlight in hand, and looked through the slats again. This time there was no lens. Just darkness. And space. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt worse. Because now it meant someone had removed it. Someone knew it had been seen. I didn't try to unscrew the vent. I didn't want to find a wire or a hole or worse. I had another idea. I turned the flashlight off. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. And I waited. The hours passed slowly. Outside, traffic thinned. The air conditioning unit on the other side of the building hummed on and off. I didn't sleep. At exactly 3 in the morning, I heard it again. The breathing. This time I didn't freeze. I opened my eyes slowly, careful not to move. The sound was fainter than before, but it was there. Right behind the headboard. I reached under the pillow and pulled out the notebook. I wrote one sentence. 3:01 a.m. breathing started again. I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound was clearer there. Slow inhales, even slower exhales, almost thoughtful, like it wasn't struggling. Just waiting. I knocked once, softly, on the wall. The breathing stopped. I waited. 10 seconds, then 15. Then it started again. But now it was louder. Faster. Like something had woken up. I stood and pushed the mattress out of the way completely. I shone my light through the vent again. Still darkness. But now it was deeper. I don't know how else to explain that. It looked the same, but it felt like the space had widened, like it was deeper now than it had been before. I whispered, "Who's there?" The breathing stopped, and then something tapped back. 3 soft knocks. Just behind the wall. I staggered back and hit the desk with my hip. The lamp flickered. I stared at the wall like it would open. Nothing did. I didn't sleep. I sat in the desk chair, notebook open on my lap, camera on the table, flashlight on the floor. At 5 in the morning, the breathing stopped completely. The silence was worse. I packed my things and checked out at 6. The guy at the desk didn't say a word. He didn't even look at me. Back home, I developed the photo. Just one. The shot of the vent. But when I picked it up from the shop, there was something wrong. The photo was blank. Not overexposed, not damaged. Just gray. A full square of nothing. Like the camera had taken a picture of fog, or of a place that didn't want to be seen. I stared at it for a long time. Then I put it in a drawer and didn't open it again. I tried to forget about the photo. I tucked it in a folder at the back of my desk drawer and didn't look at it again. It was just gray, completely gray. Not blurry, not black, not even out of focus, just one solid tone like it had been filled with static and silence. The shop said the camera was working fine, no chemical issues, no processing errors. 1 frame out of 24, they said, just that one. It took me 3 days to realize I had to go back again. Not to the hotel. I had done that already. I had seen what I was meant to see. This time, I needed to know who had made it that way. I needed to understand why room 212 was allowed to keep swallowing people whole, while the staff just handed out keys like nothing was wrong. So I started calling. The hotel's main number routed me in circles. I got a new voice every time, different names, different scripts, all saying the same things. They could not disclose guest histories. They could not confirm room status. One woman even told me the room was under long-term renovation, even though I had just slept in it 48 hours earlier. I gave up on the phone and started digging through property records, Manchester Council databases, building licenses, fire inspections. I filed a few public record requests. Used an old uni login I still had access to. Most of it was noise, but eventually, one name kept showing up. Torrance Holdings Limited. They were listed as the parent company for the property, a holding group registered in Manchester but tied to addresses in other cities. I followed the trail until I found a company registry listing from 12 years ago that named a director. Just one. Walter Hale. The surname stopped me. Hale. The same name as Robert Hale, the man who went missing 5 years ago, last seen at the hotel. I started pulling old news again. Robert Hale, age 34, vanished in early November. Police said he had been on a business trip. Last contact was with his wife. A text saying he had checked in safely, then nothing. I looked deeper into Walter Hale. Not much. He was older, 60s maybe. He had run a few companies, most of them dissolved, all small, all with vague names and little public history. A man who moved behind paperwork. But I found a number. I stared at it for a long time before calling. He answered on the 3rd ring. His voice was calm, polite, not surprised. I told him I was writing about urban legends, strange hotel stories, that I had come across the name of his company in some documents and wanted to ask a few questions. There was a pause. Then he said, "You stayed in the room." It wasn't a question. I said yes. He asked, "Did you move the mattress?" I said yes. Another pause. Then he said, "You're not the first, but you're one of the only ones who left." I asked him what that meant. He said, "The room is not haunted, it's occupied." I waited for him to go on. He didn't. I asked him what was behind the vent, what was in the wall, what had happened to Anna Reeves, to Robert Hale. I asked him if he had built it that way, or if he had just inherited something that couldn't be removed. He said only this: "The room was sealed in 1980, 3 after a tenant died inside. It was not a hotel then. It was housing, council owned. No family, no funeral, just a quiet note in a file. The wall was added later. The vent was never meant to be accessible, but things shift over time." I asked him what had died in there. He said, "Something that needed company." I asked him if the breathing was real. He said, "Not anymore." I asked him if he ever stayed there himself. He hung up. I sat there with the receiver pressed to my ear long after the line went dead. Then I wrote everything down. I printed the missing persons reports. I saved the old building plans. I copied the emails and my notes and the transcribed call. I put it all in an envelope and mailed it to myself. Just in case. That night, I dreamed of the room again. But this time I was outside it, standing in the hallway holding the key card while the door pulsed like it was breathing. The whole frame inhaling and exhaling. I never opened it. I just stood there, listening. When I woke up, I knew what I had to do. Not go back. Not to the room. To the council office. I requested a visit to the archives, historical property files, specifically the building that housed the hotel before conversion. The clerk handed me a box. Inside were blueprints. Old ones. Faded, stained, but legible. Room 212 had not been a room originally. It had been part of a larger flat. Flat 4. A top-floor unit. But in 1983, the layout changed. A dividing wall was added. A door sealed. And in the margins of the plan, a handwritten note. Unit split per incident. No re-entry permitted. No details. No explanation. Just that. I photocopied it. I put the copy in the envelope with the rest. When I left the building, the air felt heavier than it should have. Not hot. Not cold. Just thick. Like the moment before a thunderclap. I went home. I double-locked the door. And for the first time in days, I unplugged everything. I sat in the dark and waited. There was no breathing. But I still felt watched. I didn't leave the flat for 3 days after I found the blueprints. I kept the envelope on the coffee table, sealed with everything inside: the photographs, the articles, the notes from my call with Walter Hale, and the floor plan showing the wall that should never have been built. I told myself I was done, that I had everything I needed, that I had made it out of the room, and that alone should be enough. But I kept coming back to one question. Who else was left? How many people had checked into that room and never walked back out? The official count was 0, but Anna Reeves, Robert Hale, A list of others whose names never made the papers, whose families never heard back. The disappearances that got written off as travel gone wrong, or simply dropped by time. And that breathing. I could still hear it sometimes, even in my flat, not as sound, as memory, a rhythm that had carved itself into the back of my brain. I would be brushing my teeth or standing in the lift at work, and suddenly I'd feel it again, that quiet intake, that rasping exhale, like something just outside the wall was waiting for me to fall asleep. By the fourth night, I knew I had to go back one last time. Not to stay. Not to ask questions. To end it. I arrived just after 2 in the morning. I parked down the road and walked the rest of the way, the hotel rising ahead of me like it had always been there. No windows open, no lights showing through the curtains. Just a quiet rectangle of concrete, the kind of building that people pass by without ever really seeing. The front door was unlocked. The desk was empty. I stepped inside and paused, listening for voices. Nothing. No music, no footsteps, just the low hum of the vending machine in the far corner, the one they claimed had been removed. I took the stairs to the second floor. The hallway stretched ahead, dim and familiar. The same bulb still flickered near the middle. I counted doors until I reached 212. The numbers were missing. Only the faint outline of where they had been screwed into the wood. I tried the handle. It opened. No key card, no resistance. Just the soft click of a latch giving way. Inside, the room was exactly how I remembered it. The maroon throw, the headboard, the vent in the wall, the faint chemical smell that had never fully gone. I didn't bring bags this time, just a small crowbar and my phone. I walked straight to the bed and pulled it forward until the headboard was fully exposed. Then I started working on the vent. The screws came loose faster than I expected, like someone had already done this before me. I pulled the cover off and set it gently on the floor. Behind it was nothing but black. Not darkness black. A void. I reached inside, phone in one hand, flashlight on. The beam caught something. A surface. Maybe 2 feet back. I leaned in further. It was not a wall. It was a door. A small one, about half the size of a cupboard. Flat metal with chipped white paint and a sliding bolt on one side. I hesitated, my fingers hovering near the latch. Then I slid it open. The panel creaked. Inside, the space opened wider than it should have. I crawled through. The room was no bigger than a walk-in wardrobe, but the air was colder. Still, it smelled like dust and damp cloth. The floor was covered in what looked like old bedding. Thin sheets, gray with age, laid out like a nest. And in the far corner, something moved. A shape. Small. Still breathing. But it wasn't alive. Not anymore. It was a body. Mummified by time, curled in the fetal position, arms wrapped tight around its chest. I stepped closer and saw the remains of a robe, the hotel's logo still visible near the shoulder. Beside it, a phone. Smashed screen, dead battery. Anna Reeves. I knelt down, heart hammering, and whispered her name. The air changed. Behind me, something shifted. Not sound, not motion, just pressure. I turned. Nothing, but the breathing had stopped. For good this time. I left the way I came in, slid the vent cover back into place, did not touch the bedding, did not disturb the body. I walked downstairs. Still no staff. Still no one at the desk. I left through the lobby and walked until I found the first open cafe and called the police. I gave them my name, told them where to go, told them what they'd find. I did not wait around. Back home, I left the envelope on the kitchen counter. It felt lighter now, like its purpose had been fulfilled. The news reported on the discovery the next day. Human remains found in sealed utility space in local hotel. No foul play suspected. Identity pending. The hotel chain released a statement calling it a shocking and tragic discovery and promised a full investigation. Room 212 was never mentioned. But I knew. I had seen it. I had heard it. And now it was over. For me. For her. Maybe even for the room. I still don't book last-minute hotels. Still don't sleep with my bed against the wall. But I do breathe easier now, because whatever had been there, whatever had fed on silence and secrets, was finished. Rooms don't stay hungry forever. Eventually they fill, and then they rest. It's weird how quickly you stop questioning things when you work night shift. I think that's the first thing I noticed after about a month. Stuff that would seem totally off during the day just blends in after midnight. People talking to themselves in the energy drink aisle. A regular customer who only buys hard-boiled eggs and lighters. The hum of the freezer that sounds like someone whispering if you stand too close. You stop blinking at it. You just scan, bag, nod, and wait for sunrise. I started working at the store because I needed something that paid better than my last job, which was delivering furniture part-time for a guy who never paid on time. I didn't think much about the overnight hours. Stockholm doesn't sleep completely, and I figured a convenience store would just mean coffee runs and the occasional drunk guy looking for snacks. For the most part, that's what it was. Until I noticed the man in aisle 4. The first time I saw him, it was around 3 in the morning, more specifically, 3:08. I only remember the time because I looked up at the clock wondering why the front door hadn't beeped. That chime always goes off when someone walks in, even if they just crack the door a little. It's annoying but helpful. This time it didn't beep. I looked up and there he was. Middle-aged, average height, wearing an old gray jacket, jeans that looked stiff from years of wear, and a knitted cap pulled too low over his forehead. I couldn't see his eyes clearly. He was standing still at the end of aisle 4, the cleaning supplies and canned food section, just standing, not browsing, not shifting his weight. Just there, facing the shelves like he was trying to remember what he came in for. I assumed he'd wandered in quietly. Maybe the chime glitched. It happens. I didn't approach him. He didn't look threatening, just out of place. I gave him a few minutes, then turned to restock behind the counter. When I looked back up 5 minutes later, he was gone. No beep on the way out either. I chalked it up to being tired. Those hours warp your brain. I went back to work and didn't think about it again until 2 nights later. Same thing. 308. He was just there. Same spot, same clothes, same position, facing aisle 4. This time I kept my eyes on him longer. I watched him stand there for at least 7 or 8 minutes. Then I looked down to scan something for a customer, and when I looked back, he was gone again. No chime, no door opening, nothing. That made my chest feel tight, not panic, just that quiet pressure that tells you something's off and your body noticed it before your brain did. I pulled up the security feed after my shift, just to see if maybe the motion sensor or the chime was busted. That's when it got weirder. The footage showed him arriving right on time, 3:08. Frame by frame, you could see him appear just past the soda display, turning slowly into aisle 4. No footsteps, no entry. He didn't come through the door. The video jumped slightly between 2 frames, and he was just there, like the system dropped a second or 2 of footage. I fast-forwarded to when I looked away. One moment he was standing still. The next, the feed flickered just a slight distortion, and he was gone. I saved the clip. I even showed it to the manager the next day. She gave me this tight little smile and said, "Yeah, he's been doing that for years." Like it was normal. Like I had just noticed a weird clock that always chimed at the same time but nobody heard anymore. She told me other employees had brought it up too. Always around 3:08, always aisle 4, always the same man. Some of them thought it was a prank, some thought it was a glitch in the system. One guy swore it was a ghost and refused to work past midnight again. That guy quit last winter. The manager just shrugged it off, said we're 24 hours. Weird stuff happens. I started looking through old footage when it was slow, pulled files from before I even worked there. I figured it would be once or twice, maybe a coincidence, maybe a loop that played when the system glitched. But it wasn't. He was there almost every night, 3:08, without fail, always in the same position, never touching anything, just staring at the shelf like he'd lost something and was waiting for it to come back. Some nights, the footage jumped right before he appeared. Other nights, it didn't. Once, the timestamp rolled back by a second. Just a little skip, nothing dramatic. But always the same presence, like he was tied to that space, and the hour itself was the key that unlocked him. After about 2 weeks of this, I started feeling different when he showed up. Not afraid, just unsettled in a way I couldn't explain. Like the room went cold without the temperature changing. Like I could hear something vibrating just beyond what I could actually hear. One night, I tried walking down the aisle while he was there. I didn't make it far. My legs just locked up. And he turned. Just a little. Just enough to show me the side of his face. He wasn't looking at the shelves at all. He was waiting. And I swear, he smiled. Just a fraction of one, but it was there. I didn't go near him again. Not for a while. I didn't talk to him for a long time after that night. I know that sounds weak, but I need you to understand something. When you work alone during the dead hours, you learn to ignore a lot. Not because you don't care, but because noticing too much makes things worse. It opens the door wider. You start hearing things in the fridge motor, reading faces on the cereal boxes. I figured if I could just leave him alone, maybe he'd do the same. But ignoring him didn't help. If anything, it started to feel like that was exactly what he wanted. Every night at 3:08, he came back. Same clothes, same silence, same aisle. I tried not to look at him directly, but I could feel him. I could feel the shift in the air every time. I could be halfway across the store, restocking gum or mopping the floor, and the second he arrived, it was like something in the air turned still and tight, like the entire building was holding its breath until he left. I don't know when I started seeing him out of the corner of my eye at other times. I'd be on the tram home, just as the sky started to lighten, and I'd swear I saw the same gray jacket reflected in the window behind me. Or I'd be walking to the store for my shift and see someone turn a corner up ahead with the same stiff walk, the same low cap. I'd blink and they'd be gone. I told myself I was tired, that the hours were catching up to me, but that didn't explain what I found on the footage one night. It was slow. Around 2:45 in the morning, I was bored and the store was quiet, so I skimmed back through the feed just to see if he'd appeared yet. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a frame skip around 2 minutes earlier than usual. At 3:06, there was a flash of static fast, barely a blink, and then his reflection was already there, in the fridge door. Only the fridge was closed. No chime. No motion near the entrance. Just a reflection of a man who hadn't entered yet, standing in aisle 4 as if he'd already arrived. That messed with my head. It meant he wasn't walking in. He was being placed. Like the system didn't capture his arrival because there was no arrival to capture. He was just suddenly there, like a save point loading in a game. Like he had always been in aisle 4, and the camera just needed to remember it. After that, I couldn't keep quiet anymore. The idea that he was standing there every night, unnoticed by most people, just waiting for something, made my skin crawl. I started asking questions around the neighborhood, not obvious ones. Just casual things, like whether anyone else came to the store late, whether anyone remembered a man who always walked in without buying anything. Most people hadn't seen him. One guy, a retired security guard, said the man had been around when he was still working patrol in the area. Said he'd always found him strange but harmless. Then he told me something I wasn't ready for. He said the man used to come to the store when it was a different brand, back when it was still family-owned. That was over 15 years ago. He said the guy looked exactly the same. I asked if maybe it was his memory playing tricks, that maybe it was just a similar-looking guy. He shook his head, said he remembered the clothes, the posture, said the man never changed. That did it for me. That night, I waited. I didn't even pretend to be busy. I stood behind the counter, arms crossed, eyes on the door, until the clock hit 3:08. No chime. But there he was, not appearing, not exactly, but turning, slowly, into aisle 4 like he had taken a step from some place just outside of time, like he had been waiting to align with the moment. I walked toward him before I could talk myself out of it. My throat was dry, my palms were slick, but I moved anyway, slow steps, steady breath. When I reached the edge of the aisle, I stopped. He didn't turn. He didn't move. I said quietly, "Can I help you with something?" "Nothing." The silence wasn't empty. It was deliberate. He wasn't ignoring me. He was listening. I tried again. "You're here every night. You never buy anything, are you? Looking for something?" Still nothing. I stepped closer. That's when he turned. Not fast, just a slow, deliberate rotation. His body pivoted like his feet hadn't moved in 100 years. His eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw them clearly. They weren't empty, they were tired. He looked at me for a long time, then he opened his mouth. His voice was dry, like paper burning at the edges. "I'm waiting for my receipt." That's all he said. Not angry, not confused. Just waiting. I didn't know what to say. I stood there, frozen, watching him like he was something half remembered from a dream I never wanted to finish. Before I could speak again, he turned back to the shelf. And then he was gone. Not vanished. Just not there anymore. No flicker. No exit. Just absence. I couldn't get that sentence out of my head. I'm waiting for my receipt. It didn't sound like a threat. It didn't even sound like a question. It was more like a statement of fact. Something you'd say when time doesn't move for you the way it moves for everyone else. That's what really stuck with me, the calm in his voice. Like he wasn't trapped, but resigned. Like he already knew what I was going to do next, and had been waiting for it all along. I didn't tell my manager. She wouldn't have cared. She treated everything in the store like static on a radio background noise. Anything that didn't cause a fire or get the police involved was ignored. "That's how you survive working nights," she once told me. "You tune it out." But I couldn't tune it out anymore. Not after looking him in the eye, not after hearing him speak. It was the kind of moment that rewired something behind your ribs, made the hours between midnight and morning feel like a place you could get stuck in if you weren't careful. I started researching the store. Not online, there wasn't much there, except a handful of low-star reviews and a local article about how it used to be an old pharmacy in the 1970s. Instead, I went down the road to the city archives. Stockholm keeps a decent record of business licenses and property ownership, even going back over 50 years. I told the clerk I was doing a university project on commercial development in residential districts. She gave me a tired smile and pointed me toward the public terminals. No one else was in there. The whole place smelled like dust and dried glue. I sat down and typed in the address. The store had changed names 6 times. Started as a grocer, then a drugstore, then a convenience kiosk, then something called Vickland's Sundries, which didn't last long, then a 24-hour mart, then the current chain I worked for. The shift to 24 hours happened in the early 1990s. That matched what the retired security guard said, so I kept digging. Looked for incident reports, insurance claims, old news bulletins. Most of it was boring. Shoplifting, water damage, minor electrical fires. But then I found something different. A small scanned notice buried in the city records, dated February of 1998. A fatal accident reported at the store. 1 customer dead. No criminal charges filed. The report was vague. No photo, no full names. Just a line saying a man collapsed between aisles 3 and 4 at approximately 3:10 in the morning. The file listed the cause of death as cardiac arrest. The employee on duty had called emergency services, but the man was already gone when the paramedics arrived. There was one sentence at the end of the report that gave me chills. Customer collapsed while speaking to clerk, asking about a receipt that never printed. I sat there staring at the screen. The dates, the time, the phrasing, it all lined up. I went back through the system, looked for death records that matched. Eventually I found it. Johann Melberg, age 46, died in February of 1998, lived nearby. Worked as a taxi driver. I didn't know what I expected to feel, maybe a rush of clarity, maybe fear, but what I actually felt was guilt, like I had already failed him. Like the moment he looked at me and said he was waiting for something, he had hoped I would know how to help, and instead I stood there frozen, useless, watching him vanish again. That night, I came in early for my shift. I printed out a copy of the death report and folded it into my pocket, not because I thought I'd show him, just because I didn't want to be the only one who remembered him. If he had been walking into the store at the same time every night, for over 20 years, someone should remember his name. When 3:08 rolled around, he appeared again. Same place, same angle, aisle 4. This time, I walked toward him without hesitation. I didn't speak right away. I just stood near the edge of the aisle and waited. He turned to face me slowly, like he always did, the cap low over his brow. That same old jacket, sleeves too long, but there was something different in his eyes this time. Recognition, maybe. Or something close to relief. I said his name. He didn't react. I said it again. Johann. His lips parted, but he didn't speak. His eyes locked onto mine, and I swear, for just a second, it looked like he was about to cry. I reached into my pocket, unfolded the paper, and held it out. I know what happened, I said. You collapsed here, asking for a receipt. He looked down at the paper but didn't take it. Then he said quietly, "They told me it was free." That didn't make sense. I asked what he meant. He shook his head, like the words weren't translating properly anymore. I paid, but the receipt never came. You understand? I said I thought I did. He looked toward the counter, then back at me. I just want to go home. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't give him a receipt for something that happened before I worked there, before the register was even the same, but something in my chest told me that wasn't the point. He didn't need the actual receipt. He needed someone to see him, to acknowledge that he'd been left waiting too long. So I went behind the counter. I typed his name into the register as if it were a product. I printed a blank slip with the words "Paid in full" typed across the middle. I brought it to him and held it out. He took it. For the first time, his hands moved. He looked down at the slip, then looked at me, and nodded. I should have been scared when he took the receipt. That's what I expected, a burst of static, lights flickering, something cracking open and making it clear that I'd just crossed a line. But it wasn't like that at all. When his fingers touched the paper, it was quiet, softer than I expected, no fanfare, just a nod. Just a weight being lifted from the air around us, like pressure leaving a sealed room. He folded the receipt slowly, precisely, like it mattered, like it was the only thing that ever had. Then he turned toward the front of the store. Not fast, not like he'd been waiting to escape, but calm, decided. I stepped back and let him pass. And this time he walked. That alone was enough to make my heart feel like it skipped a beat. I'd never seen him move past aisle 4, never seen his feet touch the tiles near the register. He moved like he had always known the layout of the place, like the shelves had been built around him. As he passed, I felt the hair on my arms lift, not from cold, from recognition. Like something old was leaving, and the building didn't quite know how to let it go. He reached the door. It opened before he touched it. No chime, no beep, just a smooth parting of glass and wind. And then he stepped out into the street and vanished into the dark. He didn't dissolve, didn't flicker. He just walked into the night and became part of it. I stood behind the counter, holding my breath like I was waiting to wake up. I watched the seconds tick past. 3:12, 3:15. No one else came in. No sound but the buzz of the lights and the hum of the fridge. I didn't feel afraid. I felt still, like something had clicked into place that had been off for too long. For the rest of my shift, I watched the door out of habit, but it stayed closed, and at 3:08 the next night nothing happened. No man, no shadow, just silence. He was gone. I should have felt relieved, but something about it made me uneasy, not in a bad way, just unsettled, like watching the last scene of a film that doesn't end with a clear answer. You know it's over, but your brain keeps waiting for another line, another frame. I pulled the footage from the security system the next morning, just to be sure. The camera showed it clearly. He appeared in aisle 4 at exactly 3:08. I walked over, handed him the slip. He took it, walked toward the door, exited the building, and the camera froze. Only for a second, maybe 2. But when the feed resumed, the timestamp had rolled back. 3:06. And there was no one in the aisle. No me. No him. Just static silence. I sat back from the monitor and rubbed my eyes. When I checked the next night's footage, the night after he was gone, something else had changed. The shelf in aisle 4 looked different. I zoomed in. Hard to tell at first, but the labels were wrong. The products were the same, but the spacing was off, like the shelf had shifted somehow. Like something had been pushed into it from the other side, not recently, over time. I didn't want to admit what I was thinking, that maybe the aisle hadn't just hosted him. Maybe it had been part of him. A loop, a holding space. And now that it was empty, it didn't know what to do with itself. Over the next few nights, I noticed more strange things. One of the freezer doors refused to stay shut. It would slowly drift open around 3 in the morning, pause, then close itself by 3:20. The register rang up a phantom item once a line with no barcode, no name, just the word cleared, and a total of 0 kroner. Customers started mentioning odd dreams. Not directly, but in passing. One woman said she kept dreaming about forgetting something important, but not knowing what. Another said he kept seeing someone standing at the edge of his hallway at night, not moving, just waiting. I asked if he recognized the face. He said no. But when I showed him a still frame from the old footage, he didn't speak. Just nodded once and left without buying anything. That's when I started wondering if I'd made a mistake. Not by helping him, but by assuming he was the only one. because the stillness in the store didn't feel like peace. It felt like the moment after a sound stops and before the next one starts. A pause. And I realized maybe he hadn't been trapped there. Maybe he had been keeping something else out. Maybe that aisle wasn't a prison. Maybe it was a lock. And I just handed him the key. The nights felt longer after he left. I don't know how else to describe it. Time didn't stretch in a literal sense, but something in the rhythm had shifted. The store used to breathe in patterns: door chime, footsteps, register beeps, silence. Then again, a loop, steady enough that you could fall into it and forget you were even awake. But now, the space between those moments grew wider, like the walls were listening more closely, like something was waiting to decide what it wanted to do next. Customers came and went like usual during the early part of the night, but once the clock crept past 2, the air turned thick again. Not cold, not warm, just still. Every sound felt louder. The mop bucket squeaked. The lights buzzed louder than they should. Even the hum of the refrigerated cases had a strange edge to it, like something was caught in the fan but never quite hit the blade. And then there was aisle 4. I stopped going down there. I'd restock every other aisle, sweep around it, wipe down shelves, and pretend not to notice that nothing ever fell out of place there. I would watch it from the corner of my eye. I kept expecting to see him, Johann, step back into frame like he'd forgotten something. But he didn't. Not once. That space stayed empty, but it never felt unoccupied. One night, maybe 3 days after he left, I noticed a new customer. Young woman, mid-20s maybe, long coat, thick scarf, heavy boots, like she'd been walking for a while. She came in around 3:15. I just finished stacking cigarettes behind the counter. I looked up, ready to give the usual polite nod, and she stopped short about halfway into the store. Not because of me, because of something else. She turned her head toward aisle 4, and her whole body tensed. I watched her eyes narrow, her breath catch, like she recognized something she couldn't quite see, but still felt. She didn't move for almost a full minute. Then she shook her head, forced a smile, and walked toward the back cooler. She never bought anything. After a few minutes, she left without speaking. The next night, another customer did almost the same thing, this time a guy in a delivery uniform. Same freeze, same glance toward aisle 4, same half-finished gesture like he was about to say something and then decided not to. It kept happening. Not every person. Just some. The kind of people who seemed tired in the deep way, the way that comes from being close to something for too long. The way I felt before Johann left. And I started thinking maybe I hadn't set him free. Maybe I'd made room. Because aisle 4 didn't stay silent. I heard the first sound 5 days later. A creak. Not loud. Just a shift in the shelf, like something inside it had settled too far to the left. I thought it was my imagination until I heard it again the next night. And then again, always around 3:10. Always in aisle 4. Then the lights started flickering just in that aisle. One night the bulbs in the ceiling above it buzzed louder than usual, then popped one after the other until all 4 were out. The rest of the store was fine. I didn't report it. I didn't want anyone coming to fix it. I didn't want anyone else in there. The footage showed nothing. No shadow. No figure. Just subtle changes, products shifting slightly between frames, labels turned inward, a small can rolling off the shelf and landing upright without bouncing. I watched one clip over and over again. It was from 2 nights ago. The camera above aisle 4 glitched for a split second, and then on the top shelf a crack appeared, not in the wall, not in the shelving, in the space itself, a thin, dark line like a tear in the footage. It vanished the next frame. But I saw it. I saw it. And it wasn't the shape of a shelf breaking. It was the shape of a door. That night I locked the entrance an hour early. I turned off half the lights, sat behind the counter with every camera feed on screen. At 3:08 exactly, the store went quiet. No sound, no movement. Then aisle 4 flickered. Once, then again. Then the camera cut to static. All other feeds stayed live. Only that aisle went dark. For 37 seconds. When the feed returned, the shelf was empty. No products. Just bare metal and one thing placed in the middle of the floor. A receipt. Real, tangible. I walked over slowly. My legs felt numb, like my body already knew this was a mistake. The receipt was blank at first, but as I picked it up, ink bled across the paper, one letter at a time. It didn't say paid. It didn't say cleared. It said waiting, and it was addressed to me. The receipt stayed in my pocket for 2 days before I showed it to anyone. I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't know what it was yet. Every time I looked at it, the word felt different. Waiting. One day it looked like a reminder. The next, it felt like a threat. Like something passive at first glance, but with weight behind it, like a held breath. It was printed on the same thermal paper we use at the register, curled slightly at the edges, still warm when I picked it up, but no sale record matched, no transaction number. Just my name, the time, and that one word. Waiting. I kept working my shifts. I had to. The store didn't stop running just because something strange had slipped through. Customers still needed cigarettes, and canned soup and chocolate milk at 3 in the morning. And most of them had no idea what had changed. But I knew, and aisle 4 knew too. Every night since Johann disappeared, it had stayed dark. I replaced the bulbs. They blew again within hours. The new products I stocked would slide off the shelf by morning. Nothing violent. Just deliberate. Like someone pushing them off slowly, letting them fall as a way of saying no. This shelf is not yours anymore. The cameras kept shorting out, only in that aisle. Always for the same length of time, just long enough for something to step through and not be seen. The air in the store changed too. It didn't feel haunted exactly. That's too dramatic. It felt expectant, like something had been promised and was now watching the door for it to arrive. The word on the receipt became clearer with each passing night. It wasn't a message. It was a cue. I started having dreams. Always around the same time, I'd see myself standing in the aisle, behind the register, or sometimes just outside in the street, looking through the glass. But inside, the store was wrong. The lights were off, except for the one above aisle 4, and that aisle was filled with people. But none of them were moving. They were all waiting. Some I recognized, a few I didn't. Some wore old coats that looked like they hadn't been manufactured in 20 years. One had a uniform from the pharmacy that used to be here in the 1970s. All of them were holding receipts, and all of them were facing the same shelf. But there was nothing on it. Not products, not bags, just the wall. Blank, empty. Except for a small hole in the plaster near the bottom. Every time I woke up, I'd find the receipt had moved. It would be out of my pocket, on the counter, by the till. Once, it was tucked into the front door, sticking out just enough to be seen from the street. The message never changed. Waiting. On the 6th night, I stopped trying to make sense of it and did the only thing I hadn't tried. I opened the receipt drawer manually, printed a blank slip, and typed the words that had haunted me since the beginning. Thank you for waiting. You may go. I printed 2 copies, folded them both. I left one in aisle 4, right in the center of the floor. The second one I held on to, and I waited. 3:08 came and went. Nothing changed. No shift in the lights, no static on the cameras. But the next morning, the slip I left was gone. And for the first time in weeks, the shelf was undisturbed. That's when I started printing more. Each night, I typed a name into the system. Some of them I had learned from records, like Johann. Others came from old employee logs, newspaper clippings, or rumors. One from a note I found wedged behind the safe that just said, "Tell her I didn't forget." Every receipt I printed said the same thing. Thank you for waiting. You may go. And every night, I left one in aisle 4. And every morning, it was gone. I don't know where they went, or who took them, but something changed. The lights stopped flickering. The camera stayed steady. The products stayed on the shelf. Aisle 4 was still strange. It always would be. But it no longer felt like a wound. It felt like a room that had finally been acknowledged, like it had waited long enough and been heard. I stayed at the store another 6 months. I kept printing those slips, one every night. I don't know how many were needed. Maybe there's no limit. Maybe some part of this city will always be waiting for someone to remember it. But the feeling in the air changed. The store stopped watching. One night, I got a new receipt. It wasn't typed by me. It was already in the drawer when I opened it. Folded. Warm. It had my name on it. And beneath that, one sentence. You may go. So I did. I gave my notice the next day. The manager didn't ask why. She just nodded, like she'd seen this before. I walked out of the store at sunrise. The streets were quiet. No shadows in the window. Just my reflection, small and tired, walking away. I never went back. I still think about Johann sometimes, the way he stood so still, the weight in his voice when he said he was waiting. I wonder how many people pass through places like that without anyone noticing. I wonder how many places are just holding points, quiet corners of the world where unfinished moments gather until someone takes the time to look. I keep that final receipt in my wallet. It's fading now, but the words are still there. You may go. And that's all I ever needed. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly. But this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head, because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quiet, everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley, was an older guy, gruff, but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. The wiring's old, he shrugged, but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor. I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there, at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 a.m, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. Are you sure? I mean, I definitely heard something. Apartment sealed, he interrupted firmly. Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all. I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise. He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely. But I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me. But it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing I could rationalize them, dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. "What kind of something?" "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination, or the pipes, or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. Please let me out. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. Please, I don't want to be alone anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open, or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching." "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. "You want me to move out? Just like that?" "I'm just suggesting it might help," he said quietly. "I don't want to see you scared like this." After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly, walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant, no mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty, as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer, my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark, counting something. Counting days, weeks, months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. Who's they? The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental, it had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment, a person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten, someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. Why did they leave you here? For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. Because I saw them. Saw who? I asked quietly, breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time. The ones who burned it. My mind spun, heart racing. They locked you in because you saw them start the fire. Yes, came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me. My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. Are you hurt? How have you survived? I'm not sure, came the soft, uncertain reply. Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long. My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? Can I help you? I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence, then very softly, almost fearfully, I think it's too late for that. I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. What do you mean? Sometimes I don't feel real anymore, came the quiet, drifting reply. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place. You're real, I whispered desperately. I hear you, you're real. Please don't stop believing that, the voice begged softly. They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. Caitlin, he said slowly, carefully, everything okay? No, I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident. He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about, I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set, they're still there. That's impossible, he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. There's nobody. I heard them, I interrupted sharply. They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did. He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. Caitlin, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now. Or what? I challenged, voice shaking. You'll seal me in too? He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. I'm sorry, I whispered brokenly. I don't know what else to do. For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. You've already done enough. What do you mean? I replied softly, head spinning. You heard me, the voice said quietly, almost gently. You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done. I can't leave you here, I whispered, throat tight with tears. I can't walk away knowing you're trapped. I don't think you have a choice anymore, came the soft, regretful reply. They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions. Who? I asked again desperately. Mr. Hartley. Is he the one who did this? The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered. He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me. My blood ran cold. What should I do? Leave, the voice urged softly, almost pleading. Before it's too late. Before you become like me. I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. I won't just abandon you. You're not abandoning me, came the gentle reply. You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me. My chest tightened painfully. What's your name? I whispered helplessly. Please try to remember. Tell me. There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. Anna. My name was Anna. Anna, I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. I won't forget you. I know, she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. That's all I needed. Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. And it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. Not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence. Quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. "Hello?" His voice was calm, controlled. "Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed." My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. "I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." A long pause. "You're making a mistake." "Why?" I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. "Because I know what you did." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. "There's always a choice," I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. "You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that?" "You don't know what happened," he said sharply. "You don't know why." "Then tell me," I snapped, desperation breaking through. "Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand." Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. "Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything." Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. "I don't have long," he began, voice low and urgent. "They're watching me now." "Who's watching you?" I demanded, desperate for clarity. "The owners," he replied bitterly. The people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire. So, there was a fire, I pressed, confusion swirling. Or was it intentional? He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. It was intentional. Anna saw them. She saw everything. Saw what? I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter. Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. And you let them lock her away? I didn't have a choice, he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary, just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly. But she didn't, I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it. You could have tried, I whispered, anger burning sharply now. You should have tried. He looked down, defeated. I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us. Then let's end it, I said desperately. Let's tell someone now, before it's too late. He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help. I stepped closer, pleading desperately. Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please. He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs. He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. Anna? I called softly, voice trembling. We're here. You can come out now. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Anna, I whispered again, fear building. Please answer. But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. Maybe she's gone now, he said softly. Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged. My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. "Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered." Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time, almost a sigh. "Thank you." Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. "I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself." I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give. That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly, the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me: journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly, the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it. And even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, a breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon. Or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I. This is going to sound like I'm making it up for drama, but I swear I'm not. I wish I was. I would love if this were just a dream, or sleep paralysis, or something that could be explained. I've tried to explain it. I've talked myself down 100 different ways, and each time I thought I had a grip on it, it got worse. It started on a Thursday. I only know that because I checked the date later. At the time, it didn't feel like anything. I just woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't figure out why. Not scared, not cold. Just alert, like something had knocked on the edge of my sleep. I rolled over and looked at my clock. It was glowing faintly. 2:17. I remember that specifically because I thought it was weirdly specific. Not 2:30, not 2:15, just 2:17. I didn't hear anything, so I went back to sleep. Next night, same thing. Same hour, same minute, same weird snap into alertness. But this time I heard something. It was faint, not loud enough to be alarming, just odd. A soft tapping sound. The kind of thing you'd expect if a bird hit the glass once and then left. Only it kept going. Tap, pause, tap, tap. Long pause, tap. I sat up and looked across the room. My bed faces the window. I've got thick curtains, blackout ones, the kind that make the room pitch dark in the mornings, but they were parted slightly in the middle, just enough to see the glass. And there was someone standing there, not looking in, not even facing me, just standing with their back to the window. Still, too still. I froze. Not dramatically, I didn't gasp or scream or anything, I just stopped moving completely. I stared so hard my eyes started to water. The figure wasn't tall, but not short either. Not bulky. Not skinny. Just a man, neutral, unmoving. He was standing maybe a foot from the glass. I watched for maybe 10 seconds. Then I blinked, and he was gone. No fade. No step away, just gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I opened the curtains and looked out. Nothing there. The garden looked normal. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, no balcony, no roof ledge, no tree branches nearby. The outside wall is just plain brick. I look down at the grass, hoping to see footprints or mud or literally anything. Clean. I told my mom at breakfast. She laughed. Not in a mean way, just like it was one of those teenager with an overactive imagination moments. My dad barely looked up from his phone. I didn't push it. Next night, I stayed up. I didn't tell them that. I just waited, pretended to sleep. I set an alarm for 2:15 just in case, but I didn't need it. I was already wide awake when the tapping started. Same pattern, same sound, same second floor window, and he was there again. Same position, same back facing me, still as stone. His head was slightly tilted this time, like he was listening to something inside the room, not moving, just angled, like he could hear my breath. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I waited. This time I grabbed my phone from under the pillow and started recording. I knew the video would be dark, but maybe I could catch something. I didn't want to turn on a light. I didn't want to interrupt it. I just wanted proof that something was there. I recorded for maybe 2 minutes. Then I blinked, and he was gone again. The tapping had stopped, too. In the morning, I checked the video. All I could see was darkness. I scrubbed through the audio faint clicks, but it could have been anything. The moment I blinked and he vanished, I swear I heard something like a low breath. But when I replayed it, I couldn't find the sound. I showed my dad. He didn't laugh. He watched the screen quietly, then asked what time it happened. I told him. 2:17. He nodded and got up. Didn't say anything else. Later that night, I heard him setting up the outside security camera. I watched him from the upstairs window. He mounted it on the back wall, pointing up at the window. When I asked what he was doing, he just said, "Let's find out." I thought maybe now we'd get somewhere. That night, I didn't stay up. I tried to sleep like normal. I woke up at 2:17 anyway. No tapping this time. I looked at the window, curtains still drawn, nothing moving. The silence felt heavy though, like something was just beyond it, holding its breath. In the morning, I came downstairs and found my dad in the living room, just sitting there with the camera feed on his laptop. He looked different, pale, angry, but not at me. Like something had changed behind his eyes. I asked what he saw. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "It's not a man." That's all he said. I asked again, pushed, begged. He stood up and walked away. Half an hour later, he was outside with a toolbox, boarding up the window from the outside. He covered it with thick plywood, drilled straight into the brick. Then he came inside and did the same on the inside, hammered the boards over the frame until no light came through. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because I was scared, but because around 2:17 I heard it again. Tapping. Not on the window, but from inside the wall. The tapping didn't stop, not after the window was boarded up. It just moved. First, it was faint, like it didn't quite know where to go. It sounded like someone trying to knock through layers of insulation. Then it got more focused, sharper. It came from the inside wall, the one beside my bed, where the window used to be. Not loud. Just enough to wake me, just enough to remind me it was still there. I didn't tell anyone for a few days. I didn't want to give it attention. I kept trying to pretend it was over, that maybe it was just some weird mechanical echo or something stupid like pipes shifting. But pipes don't tap in perfect rhythm. Pipes don't come at exactly 2:17 in the morning, every night, without fail. I stopped sleeping properly. My parents didn't ask why. My dad barely looked at me anymore. He went quiet after the camera. He kept to himself. He wouldn't talk about what he saw. Every time I brought it up, his jaw would set like he was trying to hold something in. My mom still acted like it wasn't a big deal. I think she was trying to protect me in her own way, trying to hold on to some version of normal. But you can't pretend things are fine when the walls are tapping in the middle of the night. One evening I came home from school and found my dad in the garage. He was going through old boxes, pulling out tools, wiring, things I hadn't seen him touch in years. I asked him what he was doing, and he just muttered something about making sure. I didn't press him, but that night I noticed a small black box had been mounted near the top of my door frame. Tucked in, almost hidden, motion sensor. He had wired it into the hallway lighting system, and it triggered a soft red glow any time someone walked past. Except it didn't light up when I stood in front of it. It only ever turned on at night, at 2:17. It was small things like that, little changes, quiet signs that my dad believed me now, maybe even more than I did, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Like if he kept it all in his head, it couldn't get worse. But I could feel it pressing in on all of us. My room felt smaller, thicker, like the air near that boarded-up window was denser than the rest. Like whatever used to stand outside had found a way to stay close. Then the dreams started. At first, they were just flashes, a shape at the end of the hall, a tapping sound coming from under the bed. Once, I dreamed I was lying in my room and the tapping wasn't at the window or the wall, but from underneath the floorboards, rhythmic, like someone trying to sound out a pattern. When I woke up, I was soaked in sweat, and my feet were freezing cold. I looked down and the blanket was bunched near my waist, like it had been pulled down, not kicked, pulled. The next night, I woke up at 2:17 again. The tapping was gone. That should have made me feel better. But the silence was worse, because silence doesn't mean it's over. Silence means it's waiting. I stared at the boarded-up window, then turned toward the wall. That's when I saw it. There was a crack, small, running between the edge of the panel and the drywall. It hadn't been there before. A thin, dark line. When I leaned closer, I saw something behind it. Movement. Like shifting shadows. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, just my eyes adjusting, but then I leaned in further and heard something. Breathing. Not mine, not my parents'. Something deep, slow, like someone sleeping behind the wall. I didn't scream, I just backed away, got under the covers, and stayed absolutely still. The next morning the crack was gone, or at least I couldn't see it anymore. My dad didn't mention anything when he came to check on me. He looked tired, older than I remembered, like something had been slowly hollowing him out. Later that day, I went looking for the camera footage, the one he had watched that night. He had saved the files onto a thumb drive and put it in his desk drawer. I shouldn't have taken it, I know that. But I needed to see. I needed to know what he had seen. Maybe then I could make sense of it. Maybe then I could feel like I wasn't going insane. I waited until everyone was asleep, then plugged it into my laptop. The file was labeled simply with the date, no title, no note. I clicked play. It showed the side of the house, angled up toward my bedroom window. The frame was still visible, not yet boarded. The night was clear, no wind, nothing unusual. The footage ran smooth. Then, right at 2:17, something stepped into view. It was shaped like a man, but it wasn't moving like one. It didn't walk. It leaned forward and unfolded from the shadow, like it had been hanging there, weightless, and then let go. It turned its back to the window, perfectly upright, head tilted back slightly as if listening, but its limbs were wrong, too long in some places, too stiff in others. Like it was mimicking what a person looked like from memory, but hadn't gotten the proportions right. And it was humming, barely audible through the static of the mic feed, but there, a low, reedy tune, like it was trying to soothe something, or call something. It stood there for over 10 minutes, completely still. Then the feed glitched, just once, a flicker. And when it came back, it was gone. I closed the file. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I didn't mention the footage to anyone. I just returned the drive and waited, because I finally understood something. It wasn't just standing at the window. It was learning how to get in. I started sleeping on the floor of my brother's old room after that. He'd gone off to uni a year ago and left the bed stripped bare, his posters half peeled from the walls, the room echoing like it didn't remember anyone had lived there. But the window faced the front garden, not the back. That felt safer. The curtains were thin and useless, but at least there wasn't a boarded panel on the wall, breathing under the surface. I didn't tell my parents I'd moved. My dad must have noticed. He didn't say anything. I think part of him was relieved, like maybe whatever it was wouldn't follow me into a different room. Or maybe he knew that was false hope and didn't have the energy to tell me otherwise. The first night I slept there, I left the door cracked open, just a little. The hallway light was off, but I liked having the line of air, the knowledge that the space outside wasn't fully shut out. I fell asleep around midnight, dead tired from 2 straight weeks of waking up in the middle of the night and lying still for hours. I told myself maybe this was it. Maybe switching rooms was enough. Maybe distance made a difference. Then I woke up at 2:17. Not to tapping, but to footsteps. They were soft, but they had that unmistakable pattern. A heel, a shift, a pause, like someone walking barefoot across the carpet outside the door. The hall was old, creaky. You could always hear when someone moved at night, which is how I knew it wasn't my dad. His steps were heavy, dragging. This was light, precise. The kind of walking you do when you're trying not to wake anyone. I didn't move. My eyes were already open. The door was still cracked, just a sliver. And in that sliver, I saw something stop outside the room. No breathing, no shadows, just stillness. It stayed there for a long time. Too long. Then the light changed, very slightly, like someone moved their hand in front of a lamp. Just a flicker, a small interruption, and then the sound started. It was faint, almost like humming again, but not a tune this time. More like a low murmuring, words maybe, but in a language I didn't know, the cadence of something repeated, learned, not spoken for the first time. It made my skin crawl. Then the crack in the door darkened. Something leaned into it. No face, just a shape. I couldn't see features, just the idea of something staring. I shut my eyes. Not because I thought it would go away, but because I didn't want to know what it would do if it saw me looking back. Eventually the sound stopped. When I opened my eyes again, the hall was empty. No footsteps walking away, just gone. The next morning, I went to the kitchen and found my dad already there. He was drinking his coffee in silence, staring out the window like he was watching for something. He looked worse, pale, exhausted. I asked if he'd heard anything last night. He didn't answer at first. Then he said he'd woken up around the same time, said the hallway light had flickered, nothing more. He wouldn't look at me. We ate breakfast in silence. After that, I started keeping a notebook. Not because I thought it would help, but because I needed something to give the nights shape. If I could write it down, maybe I could understand it. Maybe I could find a pattern. Every night, I jotted down what time I woke up, what I heard, what I saw. Sometimes it was tapping. Sometimes the crack in the old wall would reappear just for a second, and I'd hear something shifting behind it. Once, I woke up with the feeling that something was standing just outside the window of my brother's room, even though we were on the second floor and the hedges below hadn't moved. The worst night was the one I still haven't written down fully. I tried. I opened the notebook and sat there staring at the page for almost an hour, but writing it down made it feel too real. It started normal. Woke up at 2:17, nothing at first, then a low creaking sound, like something dragging its fingers across the baseboards. Not fast, just a slow scrape. I stayed still, focused on breathing evenly. Then the scrape stopped, and something started speaking. From under the bed, not a full voice, just a whisper. It said my name. Not loud, just enough. The kind of whisper that feels like it's right next to your skin. I didn't move. I didn't even cry. I just waited. It stopped after maybe a minute. The next morning, when I finally got the courage to check, there was nothing there. But the edge of the carpet was folded back, like someone had peeled it away and then flattened it down again. After that, I stopped sleeping upstairs. I moved into the lounge, brought my blanket and pillow, told my parents it was just a phase, that I couldn't sleep near the old room. My mum finally admitted it creeped her out too. Said she'd started hearing things from the wall late at night. Said she'd seen my dad standing in the hallway once, just staring at the boarded-up window, not moving, not blinking. When she asked what he was doing, he didn't answer. She thought he was asleep. Sleepwalking, maybe. But when she mentioned it later, he didn't remember. She told me all this in a whisper, like the house was listening. I asked if she thought we should leave. She said quietly that it might already be too late. That's when I knew she'd heard it too. The whisper. Her name. Coming from inside the walls. There was a day, about a week after I moved into the lounge, where I finally asked him directly. My dad, I mean. I waited until we were alone, which wasn't easy anymore. He didn't spend much time in the open parts of the house. He'd wake early, leave for errands that took all day, then come back after dark and disappear into the garage or his study. He barely touched his dinner. He looked thinner. His eyes had taken on this hollow, recessed look, like he was watching something just over your shoulder. But I caught him one afternoon while he was standing at the sink, rinsing out a mug that had gone cold hours ago. I said his name softly, like I was testing the ice beneath us. He didn't turn. I asked what he saw that night on the camera, not the way he'd brushed it off before. I said it clearly. What did you see that made you board up the window and stop sleeping? He stood there for a long time, still holding the mug. Then he set it down and finally looked at me. His face wasn't angry, just tired, like the weight of not telling had sunk too deep to climb out of. He said it wasn't the shape that scared him, it was the movement. He said the thing outside the window didn't blink, not once, not in 10 minutes, and it didn't breathe. It wasn't just still, it was hollow, like it was being held in place by something else, like it didn't belong in this world, but had found a way to imitate a man well enough to get close. I asked what it did when it disappeared, because in the video, it just blinked out. No walking, no fading, just gone. He said the frame flickered, and when it returned, there was a reflection in the glass. Not of the garden behind it, but of a different room. Our room. From inside. I didn't understand. He said it again. When the feed came back, the reflection in the window showed the inside of the house, my bedroom. It showed me asleep. It shouldn't have. The window was facing the garden, but the reflection was of my bed, my head on the pillow, my chest rising and falling, and something else standing over me. It wasn't shaped like the thing at the window, not quite. This one was more fluid, taller. Its arms hung low, too low. It leaned over me but didn't touch, just watched. And the weirdest part, the part that made him shut the laptop and never speak of it again, was that when I moved in my sleep, the thing moved with me, like it had known I would shift, like it was waiting. He looked at me, and I could see something raw in his eyes, not fear, shame. I asked him how long it had been happening. He said nothing. Then finally, he whispered that it started with him. Not recently. When he was a boy. He said the house used to belong to his parents, that he grew up in the same bedroom, same window, that when he was 12, he used to wake up to tapping sounds. He remembered thinking it was the wind. Then one night, he saw a figure outside the glass, same as me, same shape, standing with its back turned. He ran to his dad, but they told him it was a nightmare. It stopped after that. Or maybe he stopped looking. Years later, after his parents passed, he moved back in with my mom. He said he never thought about the window again. Not until I started describing the tapping. Then it all came back. The memory. The shape. The angle of its head. He said it skipped him. Came back for me instead. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to be angry. But the look on his face was the kind of quiet terror that can't be faked. The kind of fear that ages someone. He said he boarded up the window because he thought maybe it would help. Maybe he could stop the pattern. But when the tapping moved to the wall, he knew it didn't care about the glass. It was just using it to get close. I asked why he hadn't told me sooner. He said he thought ignoring it would protect me, that maybe if I didn't believe, it couldn't come through. We sat in silence for a long time. After that conversation, I couldn't stay still. I started digging. not in a dramatic way, just small things. I went through the attic, pulled out old photo albums, found pictures of my dad in that room, by that window, aged maybe 10 or 11. Nothing strange in the background, just normal childhood stuff. But there was one photo, a blurry Polaroid of him asleep, taken from the doorway. In the far corner of the room by the baseboard, the wallpaper looked off, warped, as if something had been pressed against the wall from the inside. I found old newspaper clippings in a box. One was about a missing boy who lived down the street in the early 1970s. He'd vanished from his room. No signs of forced entry. Parents said he'd had night terrors about someone knocking from behind the walls. Another clipping showed a fire in a house 3 blocks over. A family of 3 escaped. The daughter said she'd been sleepwalking toward the woods when she turned back and saw a man in her bedroom window from outside, even though they lived on the 3rd floor. I kept reading, kept digging, and the more I looked, the more I started to think that maybe this wasn't just a haunting. Maybe it was something older, something that followed people through blood. My dad never wanted to pass this on, but he didn't know how to stop it. The more I learned, the less I slept. I wasn't trying to prove anything anymore. Not to my parents, not to myself. I already knew something was wrong, something that didn't belong, something that moved in the cracks between sleep and waking. What I was trying to understand was why. Why my room? Why that hour? Why the shape had been the same across generations, as if it wasn't a person at all, but a pattern repeating itself, like it had attached to our house and found new ways to keep itself fed. Not with violence, but with attention, with fear. Every question I asked led to silence. My dad would shift in his chair, rub his hands like he was cold, and tell me not to go digging too far. That the answers weren't helpful, but I think he knew the damage had already been done. You can't warn someone about a window after they've already looked through it. I went to the local library 2 towns over, hoping to find property records older than what we had in the attic. The house had been in my dad's family since the 1940s, but it was built decades before that. The librarian was kind, maybe a bit curious about why a teenager wanted to read up on land transfers from the late 1800s. I just told her it was for school. She pointed me toward the microfilm archive and showed me how to load the reels. It was slow work, frame by frame, but something about that quiet hum of the machine made it easier to focus. Like I was tuning the world out while looking for the one thread that might explain what had slipped into our walls. I found an entry from the year 1897, a death notice, no obituary, just a brief line in the corner of a local paper, almost like it had been added at the last minute. The boy's name was Thomas Eldridge, age 12, died at home, no known illness. The article didn't say much else, but there was a line that made my chest tighten. Found unresponsive near the eastern wall of the 2nd floor bedroom, which the family had boarded shut in previous winters due to persistent drafts and unusual settling noises. It was the exact wall my dad had sealed. That couldn't be a coincidence. I kept going. More articles, more names. Over the next 30 years, 3 more children from that street died in their homes, all aged between 10 and 13. All recorded as unexplained sudden deaths, no injuries, no illness. Each time the obituary mentioned sleep, that they'd passed in their beds, One parent had been quoted in a longer article. She described a feeling of heaviness in the house, said her son had complained of hearing someone calling his name through the walls. She said they'd told him it was a dream. I left the library with copies of every article I could get. It wasn't hard to hide them from my parents. They were barely speaking to each other by that point. My mom had started sleeping in the spare room, the one closest to the stairs. She kept a lamp on all night. My dad had gone further inward, locking his office door when he was inside and leaving it locked even when he wasn't. I heard him pacing some nights. Not frantic, just slow and steady, like he was counting something with each step. I asked if he was okay. He said yes, but he didn't meet my eyes when he said it. That week, I started to hear the tapping again. Even in the lounge, even through the floor. It wasn't like before, though. It wasn't just a warning. It felt like a check-in, like something was making sure I hadn't forgotten. And when I started sleeping with the light on, it moved. First to the hallway, then to the boiler closet, then to the air vent near the baseboard. It was patient, never loud, just persistent. One night, I heard the hallway floor creak and opened my eyes just in time to see my dad standing outside the lounge doorway. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking down the hall, still, staring. When I whispered his name, he turned slowly and walked away without saying anything. The next morning, he was gone. No note, no text. His keys were on the table, his car still in the drive. My mom called the police after 24 hours, filed a report, said maybe he'd had a breakdown, maybe the stress had finally snapped something in him, but I knew better. I think she did too. That night, the hallway light didn't turn on like it usually did. I checked the sensor. It hadn't been tripped, but when I walked past it, the red light didn't come on for me either. Like it no longer cared if I was awake. It already knew. I tried watching the camera footage again, the old files, hoping to find something I'd missed, a clue. But when I opened the folder, every file had been renamed, not deleted, just retitled. Each one now had a date not from the past, but from the future. 6 entries, 6 nights. The final one was dated 6 days from now. The folder was locked. I couldn't open them. I went to my dad's office, picked the lock the way he used to show me when I was little, back when I thought safe cracking was a fun trick and not a necessary skill. The room was empty, no papers, no books, just a notebook on the desk. One page was open. It had only 2 lines written in his handwriting. I should have told you sooner. They always want the same thing. I still don't know what that means. But now, every night, I sit in the lounge and stare at the door, waiting for 217. Because I think the next time it comes, it won't be at the window, and it won't be outside. It'll be here, already inside the walls. The night it ended wasn't dramatic. I want to be clear about that. There was no screaming, no explosion of noise, no final confrontation that wrapped everything in a bow. That's not how real fear works. It doesn't announce itself when it's finished. It just lets go. After dragging you across its floor for long enough, it opens the door and steps aside, and all that's left is the silence you crawl back into. It was the 6th night. The last file name on the drive, the one with the future date. I'd spent the entire day on edge, stomach too tight to eat, skin feeling too small for my body. I didn't know what to expect. I'd seen enough to understand that whatever this thing was, it didn't operate by the rules of time or physics or even presence. It was memory. It was repetition. A thing that fed not just on attention, but on routine, on predictability. My room at 217, my dad's window as a child. The generational echo of someone who wakes in the night, hears a sound, and looks toward something they shouldn't. I didn't go to sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat in the lounge with every light on, the curtains drawn, the front door locked 3 different ways, and waited. I had the notebook on my lap. My dad's words written at the top of the page. They always want the same thing. I didn't know what that meant until later, until I understood what the house had been hiding all along. At exactly 2:17, the hallway light turned off. Not flickered, not dimmed, just cut, dead. Then I heard the door at the end of the hall creak, the one to my old room, the one that had been shut since the day the boards went up. I hadn't touched that door since my dad disappeared. It still had dust around the edges, still had his tools leaned against the wall beside it, like he was planning to go back in, but never did. I stood up and walked toward it. Each step felt like it was being measured, not by me, by it, like it had been waiting for me to decide, like the act of walking toward that door was what it had been watching for this whole time. I reached the knob and paused. It wasn't cold, just heavy. When I turned it, it opened too easily. No resistance. No creak. Inside, the room was untouched, dark, but the kind of dark that doesn't feel natural, like the shadows are thicker in certain corners, drawn there by something old. The boards were still on the window, but the wall beside it, the one I had seen the crack in now, had a mark. A line, thin, sliced open like the edge of a curtain, and it was breathing. I know how that sounds. I do. But I could see it. The drywall expanding, retracting, soft as lungs. There was no sound, not even the usual tapping, just a low pressure in the air, like being deep underwater, the kind of quiet that feels alive. I walked over and put my hand on the wall, and I spoke to it. I told it that I knew, that I had seen the old records, that I knew about Thomas Eldridge and the children after him, and the way this thing had moved through generations like a rot, passed down without name. And I told it no. I said it out loud. No. It didn't react at first. Then the wall exhaled. Long and slow. And the breath wasn't warm. It was freezing. Like the kind of cold you feel inside your teeth. Then the line in the wall began to close. Not fast, but like it was sealing itself off. Like it had been offered something and was turning it down. When it finished, the pressure lifted. The air cleared. And I knew it was over. I left the room, shut the door, and slept for the first time in weeks. Real sleep. No tapping. No dreams. No sound. The next morning, my mom was already in the kitchen, smiling for the first time in what felt like months. She asked if I had slept well. I said yes. We didn't talk about it. We didn't have to. The weight in the house was gone. A week later, I went back into the room. The wall was smooth. The boards on the window were loose. I took them down myself. Outside, the garden looked brighter. I opened the glass and let the breeze in. And that was it. My dad never came back. We never found anything. No footprints, no sightings, no clues. Just his keys on the table, like he had known he wasn't coming back and left the house to me. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe that was what it always wanted, for someone to walk into it willingly, to acknowledge it without fear. Maybe he gave it what it needed so I wouldn't have to. I still think about the timing. 2:17 in the morning. Every night. Same moment. Like it was measuring something. Testing who would wake and who would pretend not to. I don't know what would have happened if I'd ignored it completely. If none of us had looked. If no one had ever passed it on. But I do know this. Some houses don't want to be fixed. They want to be seen. They want you to look directly at what's wrong and sit with it. And if you don't, if you laugh it off, or board it up, or tell your kids it's just a dream, it waits. And when the time is right, it taps again. Not to scare you, but to remind you that it never left. But in our house, it's quiet now. And I don't wake up at 2:17 anymore. I hadn't thought about her in years. Not really. Not more than a flicker, like seeing an old show on TV you forgot you used to love. She was a part of my early childhood, sure. But so were juice boxes and plastic dinosaurs. They all fade eventually. You don't carry that stuff with you unless something forces it back. My name's Marcus. I'm 26 now. I live alone in a one-bedroom just outside Cincinnati. I've got a steady job, a cat named Pickle, and a tendency to overwater my plants. Normal stuff. Routine. Until last month, nothing in my life had ever felt like a mystery. But then the card showed up. No return address, no postage, just a plain cream envelope tucked into the gap between my front door and the frame. It must have been hand-delivered. I would have noticed it otherwise. It was the day before my birthday. Inside, a birthday card with a cartoon rabbit holding balloons. The kind you'd buy at a gas station. Not funny, not sentimental, just there. And it was signed, Love Bugs. That was her nickname, not mine, hers. Bugs. She used to sign every note she left me with that name. Be back by 9, Love Bugs. Mac and cheese in the microwave, Love Bugs. She'd draw a little heart next to it. I hadn't thought of that handwriting in decades, but the second I saw it, my stomach tightened. It was exactly the same. The same looping B. The same slanted G. It didn't feel like imitation. It felt like her. Her full name was Sarah McIntyre, but I only ever knew her as Bugs. She was 16 when she started babysitting me. I was 6. My parents both worked late shifts, and she lived 2 doors down. Quiet girl, tall, wore denim jackets, and carried a keychain with a rubber duck on it. She smelled like vanilla lip balm and laundry detergent. I remember that. She was the first person I ever trusted outside my family. And then she vanished. One day she didn't show up, and the next thing I remember is my mom crying in the kitchen while the news played in the background. Her parents were calling around. The cops got involved. I was too young to understand all of it, but I remember them checking sheds, opening garbage bins, people walking through fields in matching vests. They never found her. Not a trace. The only thing they ever said on the news was that her bedroom window had been open and her backpack was still on the floor. No signs of a struggle, no suspects, just silence. Then a small memorial a few months later, then nothing. We moved the year after. New house, new town. My parents said it was for work, but I think the whole street felt different after she disappeared, like whatever had taken her was still floating just behind the walls. We never talked about her again. Until now. I held the card in my hands for almost 10 minutes before I even opened it. I kept flipping it over, looking for a clue, a smudge, a stain, some hint that it was a prank or a mistake, but it was clean. Neat. Inside there was only one line. "You're taller now. You used to cry when I left the room." That was true. I don't remember much about being 6, but I do remember following her around like a puppy. I hated when she left me alone, even for a second. I'd stand at the bathroom door until she came out. I sat down on the edge of the couch and read it again. Then I threw it in a drawer. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak in the building felt heavier. Every passing car sounded like footsteps. The next morning, I checked the door. Nothing new. No one had touched the mat. The hallway camera didn't pick up anything. I asked the downstairs neighbor if they saw anyone drop something off. They said no. Didn't even know it had been my birthday. I tried to forget it. Tried to write it off. A weird joke. A mistake. But I couldn't shake it. Especially not the handwriting. So I did what anyone would do. I Googled her. There's not much about Sarah McIntyre online. A few articles from 20 years ago. A missing person page that hasn't been updated since I was still losing baby teeth. A blurry yearbook photo from her sophomore year. She looked older than I remembered. Serious, but it was her. Bugs. There's a comment on one of the articles from someone claiming to be a cousin. They wrote that the family had moved away. Said they stopped talking about her because it never led anywhere good. I didn't reach out. What would I even say? "Hi, I think your dead cousin dropped a birthday card at my door." It didn't feel right. Still doesn't. And yet, every day since then I've checked the front door. I can't help it. My body just does it now, like muscle memory. 5 days went by, nothing new. Until this morning. Another envelope. Same cream paper. Same handwriting. Different card. This one had a bear holding a cupcake. I stood there in the hallway for a long time before opening it. Inside. I'm almost ready to come back. Signed again. Love, Bugs. I didn't go to work the day the second card showed up. I didn't even call in. I just sat at my kitchen table with both envelopes in front of me and let the hours pass. The sun moved from one side of the apartment to the other, while Pickle circled my legs like she knew something was off. I gave her food, fed her twice by accident, still couldn't eat myself. The second message haunted me worse than the first. I'm almost ready to come back. It was the word almost that got under my skin. Not just a memory, not just someone playing with old pain. That word meant the sender had a plan, a timeline, something specific in mind. I told myself it could still be a sick joke, but only someone who knew her would even remember the nickname. Bugs. It wasn't public. It wasn't online. The news never mentioned it. I checked again just to be sure. All the old articles just called her Sarah. No mention of the pet names or what she meant to me. That was private. And whoever left these cards knew it. I opened a folder on my laptop and created a new document. I titled it Sarah Cards. I listed the dates, the handwriting details, even the postures of the cartoon animals. I don't know why. I think I just needed to do something. Later that night, I called my mom. She sounded tired but happy to hear from me. I hadn't told her it was my birthday. She forgot, but I didn't blame her. She always says dates blend together the older you get. I asked her if she remembered Sarah. There was a pause. "Of course," she said. "Why? Do you ever think about her?" Another pause. "Sometimes. Why are you bringing this up now?" I could tell she was guarding something, a shift in tone I hadn't heard in years. "I found some old stuff," I said. "Notes she left, little things." "Oh, a beat. Well, you two were close. Did she ever talk to you about anything weird before she disappeared?" "Marcus, no. Why are you asking?" "No reason, just thinking about the past." She didn't push it, but she sounded unsettled, like I had knocked something loose she had worked hard to box up. We talked a little longer, mostly about the cat and the weather, then hung up. I stared at my ceiling for hours before sleep finally came. When I woke up the next morning, I already knew what I needed to do. I had to go back. Not back to my hometown, just to the house. The one we left when I was 7. I still remembered the address. It was burned in my brain next to things like my childhood phone number and the smell of laundry days. I punched it into my GPS and drove out early before I could change my mind. It took about 40 minutes. The neighborhood hadn't changed much. The trees were bigger, the houses more worn, but it all felt exactly the same. That kind of eerie sameness you only get in places that never fully move on. My old street was quiet. Every driveway had a car. Every lawn was just slightly overgrown. It looked lived in, but not cared for. Our house was still there. A squat beige thing with cracked steps and peeling shutters. I parked across the street and stayed in the car, unsure of what I was even doing. Then the front door opened. A woman stepped out, mid-50s, maybe older, hair in a loose braid. She glanced toward me, then walked to the mailbox, pulled out a few letters, and went back inside. I waited. Then I got out. I crossed the street slowly. My heart was pounding, but I felt like I had to see it again. I stepped up to the porch and looked at the front door. I had stood here as a kid, waited for Bugs to show up. I remembered her voice, the way she used to sing off-key on purpose just to make me laugh. I remembered her hand on my shoulder, the bracelets she used to wear, all thin metal and plastic charms that jingled when she moved. I rang the bell. The woman answered a few seconds later. She looked at me, cautious. "Hi," I said. "Sorry to bother you. I know this is strange. I used to live here when I was a kid. I'm trying to remember something." Her expression didn't soften, but she didn't close the door either. When was that? About 20 years ago. My name's Marcus. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I moved in 18 years ago. We bought it from a family that left in a hurry. That was us, I said. She looked past me like she was thinking about closing the door now. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wanted to ask, has anything weird ever happened here? Her face didn't change, but she stepped outside, lowered her voice. There's a crawl space behind the upstairs closet. Did you know that? I shook my head slowly. Previous owners never mentioned it. We didn't even find it until the ceiling fan in the bedroom started shorting out. What was in it? Nothing, she said. Just dust and something scratched into the inside of the wall. What did it say? She paused. Then she said, "You used to cry when I left the room." I felt everything inside me go cold. I thanked her and left. I drove home without the radio on. I didn't want sound. I needed silence to sort out what had just happened. I kept replaying the woman's voice in my head, the way she said it. "You used to cry when I left the room." It wasn't just that she repeated what was written in the card. It was how casual she was about it, like it was just something you find scratched into drywall sometimes. Like she hadn't considered who might have written it. I knew who had written it. There was no one else it could have been. Sarah Buggs had said that to me more than once. She'd said it like a joke, with a grin and a toss of her hair. "You're getting better," she'd say, "but you still cry when I leave the room." I used to get embarrassed, tell her I didn't cry anymore, and she'd say, "Not outside, maybe." But the inside still sniffs a little. It was such a weird thing to say. I had forgotten it until the card brought it back. And now that phrase had followed me all the way to adulthood, through a scratched wall in a crawl space I never knew existed. I pulled into my apartment complex and sat in the parking lot for a while before going in. The sky was starting to turn that dull evening gray, the time when shadows seemed to stretch a little too long. Pickle was waiting at the door like always, tail flicking in annoyance that I was late with dinner. I fed her, opened a can of soup for myself, and ate it in silence. Later that night, I pulled out an old box from the back of my closet. It was filled with stuff from when I was a kid, yearbooks, a plastic medal from a fun run I barely remembered, a few drawings with clumsy handwriting. In the middle of it all was a crumpled envelope with my name written in big purple letters. I recognized the handwriting right away. It was hers. Inside the envelope was a drawing she had made for me. I remembered this now. It was on my birthday, the year before she vanished. She had drawn us both as stick figures holding balloons. I was wearing a paper crown. She had drawn herself with big hoop earrings and labeled her figure Bugs. In the corner of the page she had written, "Don't forget your secret fort." I had no memory of a secret fort. I stared at the drawing for a long time, trying to force something to surface, but it didn't work. I put the picture aside and went to bed. That night, I dreamed about the old house, not how it looked now, but how it looked back then, the orange carpet in the living room, the lumpy brown couch, the tall lamp that used to hum when it was on too long. In the dream, I was 6 again. Bugs was babysitting. She was heating up chicken nuggets, and I was pulling at her sleeve, asking to go into the closet fort. she said. Not until the movie's over. In the dream, I walked away from the kitchen and opened the hallway closet by myself. I stepped inside. It was dark, but I wasn't scared. I pushed at the back wall, and it gave way to a tiny space. I crawled through and sat down. There were pillows inside, a flashlight, a notebook with stars drawn all over the cover. Then someone else was in the fort with me. Not bugs. Something taller. Watching. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. My hands were clenched around the blanket, and my nails had dug into my palm. I hadn't had a nightmare like that in years. The next morning, there was another envelope. Same cream paper. Same careful handwriting. Same rabbit on the card. This one said, "You've forgotten the closet, but I haven't." I almost dropped it. I read it again and again, hoping it would change. It didn't. The dream hadn't come out of nowhere. She remembered that space. She remembered the fort, and somehow she knew I was remembering it too. I called my mom again. She sounded groggy. I must have caught her just after waking. "Hey," I said, "quick question. When we lived in the old house, did I have a closet fort?" She was quiet for a second. "Oh," she said, "that. You remember that?" "Just barely." "You were obsessed with it for a few weeks," she said. "That and Sarah were the only things you talked about." I swallowed. "Did you ever see it? The fort?" "No," she said. "It was in the hall closet, right? You used to crawl in there with a flashlight. I didn't think anything of it." "Did Sarah ever go in there with me?" "I think so. Maybe once or twice." "Did I ever say anything weird about it?" Another pause. "There was one time," she said, "you came out crying and said the wall was moving. You told me someone was whispering. You were really upset. What did you do?" "I thought you were dreaming with your eyes open," she said. "You had done that before. You always had a wild imagination, Marcus." "Right," I said. We talked for another minute, but I barely heard her. My ears were ringing. After we hung up, I pulled out the cards and laid them side by side. There were 3 now, each one a little more direct, each one pulling me deeper into something I didn't understand. But I was starting to. I had forgotten the closet. I had forgotten the fort. But she hadn't. She remembered everything. 2 days passed without another card. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. The silence felt heavier than the messages. When something arrives like clockwork and then stops, you start waiting for the break in the pattern to become the new pattern. You wonder if you've crossed some invisible threshold, if now she's watching and deciding what comes next. I didn't dream for 2 nights either, at least not that I remember. I went to bed wired and woke up groggy, my chest tight and my mouth dry. I started leaving my bedroom door open, something I hadn't done in years. Pickle kept hovering near it like she was waiting for something to come through. That didn't help. By the 3rd night, I gave up trying to sleep. I sat in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, rereading the birthday cards under the soft hum of the overhead light. I hadn't noticed before, but the 3rd card was written with a different pen. The first 2 were in black ink. The last one had a reddish tint, just barely noticeable. I thought about the message again. "You've forgotten the closet, but I haven't." I couldn't stop thinking about the woman who lived in the old house now, about what she said and, more importantly, what she didn't say. The scratch in the wall, the crawl space, her careful tone. I had to see it. That morning I drove back. The street looked the same as it had the first time, sleepy, sun-bleached, forgotten by progress. I parked 2 houses down and waited until just after 9. The lights were on in the kitchen window, which felt like a good sign. I walked up and knocked. This time she opened the door faster. She looked at me like she had expected me to come back. "I don't mean to bother you," I said, "but I need to ask something. Maybe more than ask." She waited. "That crawl space you mentioned, could I see it?" Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't look surprised. Instead, she stepped aside. "I haven't touched it since we last talked," she said. She led me upstairs. The hallway was narrower than I remembered, like the walls had thickened with age. The closet door was halfway open. She pointed at it and stood back. I stepped inside. It was just a regular hall closet, a few coats hanging on the rail, an old vacuum in the corner, but the back wall was different. The plaster had a seam. You would not notice it unless you were looking. I ran my hand along the edge. It moved under pressure. I turned and looked at her. She nodded. I pushed. The panel gave way. Behind it was a low opening, maybe 3 feet high. The space beyond was dark, unfinished, and smaller than I expected. I had to crouch to get in. The smell hit me immediately: dust, wood rot, and something else. Something sweet and sour at the same time. I clicked on the flashlight I had brought and scanned the space. It was about 6 feet wide, 5 feet deep, just enough room for a child to sit cross-legged or lie down. The floor was rough wood, covered in dust and old insulation. On the back wall, something was scratched into the beam with what looked like a key or nail. It said, "I am still here." Underneath, someone had drawn 3 small hearts. The second one was smudged, as if someone had touched it while the dust was still fresh. In the corner of the crawl space, near a broken piece of drywall, something caught the light. I reached for it slowly. It was a bracelet. Not fancy, just thin elastic with plastic letter beads. They spelled out, "Bugs." I sat back hard. The flashlight slipped from my hand and landed on the floor, throwing shadows across the beams. I stared at the bracelet for a long time before crawling out. She was still standing in the hallway. I held it up. Her face changed. "I thought it was yours," she said softly. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. I thanked her and left. Back in the car, I put the bracelet in the glove compartment. I didn't want it in my lap. I didn't want it touching me. Back home, I sat at the table and laid out the cards again. I put the bracelet beside them. Now there were 4 pieces. 4 signals from something I had been pretending not to believe in. I didn't sleep that night either. Around 3:45 in the morning, I started hearing a noise. Very soft, from inside the walls. Not footsteps, not voices. Just something like a slow tapping. Deliberate. Rhythmic. Like fingernails on drywall. I pressed my ear to the hallway wall near my bedroom. The tapping stopped. I held my breath. Nothing. Then, faintly, the sound again. Closer. Just once. Then silence. I stood there for another minute, heart pounding. Then I walked back to the kitchen. On the floor, near the front door, something had been slid under. Another envelope. Same cream paper. Same rabbit on the card. This one said, "I remember how you screamed when they tried to take me away." And at the bottom, in a rushed scrawl, "They didn't find the other wall." I didn't sleep after the fourth card. I didn't even try. I sat in the kitchen with the bracelet in one hand and the new card in the other. I read the last message over and over until the words felt like static in my brain. They didn't find the other wall. The phrase stuck with me because it wasn't vague. It was specific. Not another room, not another clue, another wall. That meant it existed, somewhere. Something real, something physical, something left behind in the house or maybe even in my memory. I knew I would have to go back again. That morning, I called the woman from the old house. I didn't even introduce myself this time. As soon as I said hello, she knew who it was. "I need to come back," I told her. She sighed, but she didn't say no. She just said, "Same time as before." I said yes. By the time I pulled into the neighborhood, my hands were shaking. She opened the door before I even knocked. Her eyes looked tired, like maybe she hadn't slept either. She didn't say anything. She just stepped aside and let me in. I brought a small toolkit with me this time, a flashlight, gloves, a short pry bar. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew it wasn't something sitting out in the open. If there was another wall, it would be sealed, hidden. I went straight to the hallway closet, opened the panel again, crawled into the crawl space and examined every inch of it with fresh eyes. It still smelled the same. Still felt like the air had gone stale sometime in the early 2000s and never moved again. But now I was looking differently. I ran my hands across the back wall, then the side walls, then the ceiling. At first, everything seemed solid, but when I tapped gently along the right side, near the floor, the sound changed. A hollow spot. I crouched lower and pressed my palm against it. The wood didn't flex, but it felt thinner. I took out the pry bar and started chipping at the seam. It wasn't easy. The board had been nailed in from the inside. That didn't make sense. No one builds like that. It was a cover-up, not construction. After 10 minutes, the panel came loose. Behind it there was a narrow space, maybe 3 feet wide and 4 feet deep, covered in dust and old insulation. And in the middle of that space, wedged against the back, was a small wooden box. It looked handmade, no lock, no hinges, just a sliding lid. I didn't open it right away. I sat there with it in my lap, feeling like I had picked up something with weight beyond its size, like it was holding a pressure I didn't understand, like if I opened it wrong, something would leak out. Eventually, I slid the lid off. Inside were 3 things. The first was a small flashlight, same brand and size as the one I remembered having as a kid. The plastic was cracked, the battery long dead. The second was a photograph, a Polaroid. It showed the inside of the crawl space, same angle, same walls, except in the photo there was someone sitting inside. It was Sarah. Bugs. She was crouched in the back corner, holding the flashlight, eyes wide, not smiling, just looking at whoever had taken the picture. and next to her was a second figure, not fully visible. Just an arm, a sliver of a shoulder, the edge of something pale. The third item in the box was a folded piece of lined notebook paper. I opened it carefully. The writing was messy, uneven. It read, "If they come, do not tell them where. They listen through the floor. Keep the door blocked. Keep the song out. Do not forget the code. He watches when you cry." There was no signature. I put the items back in the box and crawled out of the space slowly. The woman was still waiting in the hallway. I didn't explain what I had found. I just asked, "Have you ever heard music in this house, very late?" She stared at me a long time, then said, "Once, but I thought it was a dream." I nodded. Then I thanked her and left again. At home, I laid out the 3 cards, the bracelet, and the photo. I placed the note beside them. I didn't touch the flashlight. That night I dreamed again. I was in the crawl space, same as before. Only this time, I was older. I was sitting across from Sarah. She was still 16, exactly how I remembered her. She looked tired, dirt on her hands, dust in her hair, but she was calm. She held the Polaroid camera in her lap. "I told you not to cry," she said. I forgot, I told her. I never did. She looked past me, toward something in the dark. I turned. There was another wall, but it was breathing. I woke up at 4 in the morning. There was no tapping this time. Just a cold draft in the hallway, like a window had been left open. But everything was locked. No card under the door. No envelope on the floor. Just silence. The last card arrived a week later. I had almost started to believe it was over. The silence had stretched just long enough to feel like closure. No dreams, no tapping, no more strange drafts or cold spots in the hallway. I had even begun putting the cards and the bracelet away in a shoebox. Taping it shut like that might seal the feeling along with it. Then, early on a Sunday morning, I found a final envelope. It wasn't under the door this time. It was in my fridge. Top shelf, right between the carton of eggs and a leftover container of noodles. I didn't scream. I didn't jump. I just stood there, letting the cold air roll out over my legs while my mind tried to rearrange itself around the fact that someone had been inside. The envelope was damp from the condensation. The card inside was different. No cartoon rabbit, no smiling animal. Just plain white, blank front. Inside, the handwriting was shakier. It read, "This is the last one. You found the wall. You remembered. You're safe now. Don't come back." Underneath in the corner was the name she always signed with. Bugs. I sat on the kitchen floor with the fridge still open behind me. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just held the card and let it sit heavy in my hands like the final piece of something that had taken 2 decades to finish. And then, for the first time in a long time, I felt still. Not peaceful, but still. Later that day, I went back to the house one last time. I didn't tell the woman I was coming. I brought the photo, the bracelet, the flashlight, and the note. I knocked, and she opened the door like she had been expecting me again. She didn't ask questions, just stood back and let me walk past her like I lived there. I climbed the stairs slowly. I opened the closet one more time. The crawl space was exactly as I'd left it, empty, quiet. I stepped inside and sat down in the far corner, legs folded, back to the beam. I laid the photo down on the floor, the bracelet next to it. I placed the flashlight in the middle, between them. Then I unfolded the note and read it one last time, letting the words settle again. When I left, I didn't take anything with me. I left the box behind, sealed in the same hollow space I had pulled it from, covered it up, screwed the panel back in place, let it rest. On the way out, I finally asked the woman something I had been holding back for weeks. "Do you have kids?" She nodded slowly. "2. Do they ever use the closet?" "No," she said. "They're scared of it. Always have been." I nodded and stepped out onto the porch. The air smelled cleaner than usual. On the drive home, I didn't look in the rearview mirror. Back at my apartment, I threw out the shoebox, not in the trash bin, not in the chute. I took it down the street to a public dumpster and dropped it in, along with the envelope from the fridge. I deleted the photos I had taken, erased the notes on my laptop. The next day, I finally called my mom and told her everything. Not the strange parts, not the crawl space, not the breathing wall, but the important things. That Sarah hadn't run away, that she had left something behind, that someone somewhere still remembered her and wanted her memory to mean something. My mom was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You always loved her, didn't you?" I said yes. "She loved you too," she said. "We could tell." And for the first time, she didn't try to explain it away. She didn't tell me it was imagination or trauma. She just let it be real. That night, I slept. Really slept. Deep and dark and dreamless. When I woke up, the apartment was warm. Light was coming through the blinds in long golden lines. Pickle was curled beside my legs, purring like nothing had ever gone wrong. There were no envelopes, no knocks, no music. I didn't check the fridge. I didn't have to. Some part of me knows it's done now, whatever it was. Whoever she became in the space between then and now, whatever place she existed in, it had been trying to finish something, to reach someone, to tell the rest of the story. And it did. It told it to me. I carry it now, not as a fear, as a memory, a reminder that sometimes people don't vanish without reason, that sometimes the quiet ones leave echoes behind, hoping someone will listen when the rest of the world forgets. She wasn't trying to scare me. She was trying to be remembered. And now, every year on my birthday, I'll light a small candle by the window. I won't speak her name out loud, but I'll think it, and I'll whisper it once, just inside my head. Love bugs.